Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Predator Pro Billiard Series. And boy, we have a day of high-power pool set for you. Some big business to take care of. Starting this morning, we have made it to the Women's Open quarterfinals. Just 8 players remain. We're going to get things kicked off with all 4 matches here in about 5 minutes from opening break.
welcome to the Las Vegas Opens 2026. What a shot, man.
Perfect. What just happened? Look at that cue ball.
I don't think I've seen that before, too.
No way.
All right, y'all ready to go? Hello, pool fans, and welcome back inside the Westgate Resort and Casino here in Las Vegas as the Predator Pro Billiard Series rolls on. We are in for some high-powered pool today for sure. We're going to have an elite group, 8 teams of mixed doubles. That is going to be starting later on this afternoon and evening. It is called the Mixed Doubles Turbo 20-second shot clock. It is going to be a lot of fun. That's starting this afternoon and evening. But before that, we have some big business to get to. We have made it to the Women's Open quarterfinal. Yes, just 8 players remain in the Women's Open, and let's get to it. You got to win today to move on to tomorrow. Big matches coming up, and let's meet the quarterfinalist right now. The table behind me, table 9 from the United States. Please make some noise for Miss Sophia Mast. And her opponent from Bulgaria, Kristina Zlativa. Moving on to table number 3 from Chinese Taipei, Wei Zhu Chen. And her opponent from Chinese Taipei, Chao Che Yu. Moving over to arena number 2 from Austria, fan favorite, make some noise for Jasmine Ocean. And her opponent from the Philippines, Cheska Centino. And right here in arena number 1, please give it up from representing AIA, Christina Tkach. And her opponent from China, Han Yu. Players lag for the break. It is a race to 4, best of 3 sets, sending it to the Predator press box. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Derek Cox, and what a great introduction. Yes, we are at the quarterfinal stage of the Women's Las Vegas Open. Rank 22, Han Yu is taking on WPA rank 3, Christina Tkach. Both these players coming through a tough field to get to this match this morning here in Las Vegas. Our referee for today will be Angela Williams from the USA. And as Derek alluded to, this is race to 4 set in sets, best of 3 sets. And following on from the women's quarterfinals, we will go straight into the men's quarterfinals. So make sure you have your notifications on. Predator AeroRack hand-racking this 10-ball event, and it's been making for some really exciting openings. So Han Yu gets the opening break. Good power. However, no balls dropping, and that will bring Christina to the table. good control of the cue ball, although it did take a knock from the 7, and that's created a lot more distance. But there's nothing blocking the pathway to the 1. As Derek mentioned over on our other TV table, 2, Jasmine Ushan takes on Cheska Centeno, and that's being brought to you with our commentators Eric Hawlison and George Teachea. My name is Gethin Davis. Christina taking on the 1. An aggressive approach, didn't make it. And I'm not sure Han can see both sides of this 1 ball. As you can see from the overhead there, she didn't have full ball. Looked to play a containing safety and maybe bring the 3 ball into play, but that's not worked out for her. Christina's just having a look to see if there was any way of getting onto the blue 2. It's not in a very nice spot over there. Clean pot, and looks to have found the gap. She calls the 4. We'll look to leave the blue 2 somewhere around the corner pocket as well. Took a second nudge, but it's dropped, and this is now opening up quite nicely for the 27-year-old. Yeah, she's played that very nicely. Can bring the cue ball up to the top left of the table if she chooses to play the 5 down to the bottom left. Needs to be particular on these tight cut center pockets on these Predator Arc tables. Playing fantastic, but not forgiving. Floats the cue ball, gets quite nice and straight on the 5. Bit of angle to bring the cue ball back out. Couple of stop shots. On the 8 and the 9. And this could see Christina get off to the great start. She played a great opening shot on the 1. To find shape on the 2 and made the combination onto the 4. She's worked hard at the start of this to make this opportunity possible. 10, Christina Tkach gets off to a fantastic start, showing the form she's in to have gotten her to this stage. She had a real difficult matchup in her last encounter against Soledad Ayala from Argentina, who she beat 2-1. And that was a great match, and she had to show real gusto in that. And in this winner break format, she'll come back to the table and we'll get to see her first break of this opening set. So good start for Tkach. She breaks in this second rack opening set, leading 1 rack to 0. And makes a ball, the blue 2 off the break, but has fallen behind a clutch of 4 balls with no look at the 1. And as you may have heard, she's called the push. And for newcomers to the sport, that will allow Hanyu to make a decision if she would like to take this shot on. She does have the choice of giving it back to Christina. And with the raise of the hand, she hands it back. And, well, Tkach may have had something in mind here. Looking to bring that cue ball down the center of the table and has played that perfectly. And bringing her jump stick with her. Both players on a shot clock. Don't want to be running backwards and forwards to the chair. They do have 1 extension to call on the 30-second shot clock. So Han is going airborne and has called the 1 on the left corner pocket. And that 1 ball was looking like it was going to go safe, but it collided with the 6, and I think that's hanging out for Christina to have a look at. As you can see from the overhead, there's a good chance that 4 ball has a path to the bottom left pocket. And that would really help if it does. She played that well, avoided the 5. Didn't want to be pushing that closer to the cushion. Very composed, not rushed, and is really coming out the blocks in good form. They both have had a good 45 minutes to warm up on this Arena TV Table 1. Floats the cue ball down both 6 and 7 at this end of the table, so won't need to move the cue ball too much. Draws the cue ball nicely just off straight.
Extension.
Should be able to draw back off the 8 and long rail. She's not completely happy with the leave. Great shot, just promoted a bit of left-hand side on that to throw the cue ball a bit more up the table, making this 9. A little bit easier, and well, ladies and gentlemen, Christina Tkach looks like taking this second rack and coming out in formidable form and keeping Han Yu in her chair, which is what you really need to do against Han, because she is also more than formidable. And that brings the scoreline to 2-0. We do have our production team bringing another stream on table 3, and that's Che-Yu Chow is taking on Chu Chin Wei. And the remaining quarterfinal, that's played on table 9, Kristina Zlateva taking on the US hopeful, Sophia Mast. And if you want to keep up to date with all the scores and schedule of events, please do visit probilliardseries.com. We will have links to all the events, including the lineup for the Turbo team coming up later today. And that will start, I believe, at 3 p.m. local time and conclude at 8 p.m. And the mixed doubles Turbo, 8 teams, 20-second shot clock. And if we have a little bit of time in between sets, I'll bring you update on the teams. I can tell you now that Han Yu is teamed up with Carla Biado. That's going to be a fantastic matchup. Lots of fireworks to go on today. And if anyone did miss the action yesterday, well, we had a fantastic straight pool match off between Corey Dool and Darren Appleton. I won't give away what happened. That was a race to 150, and on Pro Billiard TV you can find links to that match too. Christina to break, leading 2 racks to 0 in the opening set. Not getting success from the break so far. Be interesting to see the statistics coming up on that, but distance between the 1 and the cue ball again, with no easy opener for Han. Fantastic sparkling nails on Han. Clearly doesn't affect her vision when she's playing the shot. There's a lot of lights out there. And she's played a very nice shot to bring the 9 into play. I think Christina's called the 2 and is going to go airborne for the combination 1-2. Oh, fantastic shot. Kept good cue ball as well, and a well-deserved round of applause. As you can see in the background, this Westgate Resort and Casino is filling up, and it's 9 o'clock in the morning here. It's been like this all week so far. We're only on day 5. Looking around the table, once that 5 ball is potted, the 7 will be available for the same corner pocket. That jump shot could prove very fruitful for Tkach here. She'd like to just keep an angle on this green 6 to be able to come up for the 7 in the same pocket. She should go 5, 6, 7 in the same pocket here. And she's done that very well. Christina just having a check that it was on the cushion. Confirming with Angela, our referee. And yet again, familiar sight so far in this opening set. Christina stamping her authority. And Han not really doing much wrong. And again, bringing the cue ball center table, leaving good angle on the 9. Looking to bring the cue ball from the long rail over to this long rail at the bottom of the screen now. And to push on to get to the hill in quick fashion in this opening set. And a third fantastic clearance from Christina. Sees her take the hill very dominantly in this opening set. She leads 3 racks to 0. Just having a quick look around the other quarterfinals underway right now. Jasmine Ushan is 2-1 up against Ceska Centino in the opening set. Christina Zlateva is trailing 2-0 to the American hopeful Sophia Mast. Cheyu Chow is 2-0 up against Chu Chin Wei. So match is all underway. Bringing the cue ball out very nicely for the 2. Didn't really want to leave too much of an angle. She can float through now for the 3. needs it to slow down. I think that's purely down to just lack of table time for Han there. She came at the 3 in the right way to be able to get to the 4. That's not a bad recovery shot. Would have ideally liked to have held behind the 10. Needed to take a bit more of a chunk of it. Christina can see the right-hand side of the object ball. So she was just having a look at the top of the table. Where can that cue ball go? I think the concern is also what's going to happen after she makes contact. There is a chance coming off the 4 that it will start tracking towards that corner pocket. Yeah, and that was the concern. And that, well, we haven't seen many mistakes so far in this match, but that would be one to chalk up. Can Han push on from this position? She's brought the cue ball over for the long 5. Being a bit straighter should make the lining up of this a bit easier. And just draw the cue ball. We'll be jacking up. The cue ball's not on the cushion, but to be able to get some draw, going to need to jack a bit, and that makes the level of difficulty that bit more. Fantastic shot, stayed down. Her opponent Christina looking on in the background as you saw from that camera angle, and this needs to be a firm response as Christina has started to run away with this opening set. Played nicely, just high on the 8. So need to judge off the short rail. Judged very well indeed. And after the onslaught from Christina, this has been a very composed and effective response from Han. Just this 9 and 10 now, need to be sure. Judged very well. And this 10 ball to bring the score line back to 3-1. Han trails, but more importantly, that gives us a glimpse of what she is capable of. And a testament to Christina not really giving Han much at all and taking her opportunities. But on this occasion, Han Yu gets one back on the board and will get the break. So, have no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, both these players are more than capable of progressing through to the semi-final stage. But right now in this opening set, you of course have to think Christina has the edge by a margin of 3-1 in this race to 4. Now, Han broke trying her first break. This is her second break of the match so far. Oh, that's unfortunate. She hit that with some venom indeed, and as with her first break, looked like she had control of the cue ball. It took a horrible collision. Yeah, causing it to scratch in the corner pocket. The blue 2 went down. I think her break's effective. Something to look forward to. Unfortunately, ball in hand to Christina. And well, that 6 needs some consideration to get to from the 5. And that 8. Well, as you see from here, that 8 ball does look like it sat over the pocket, but for the combination 7-8, I'm not too sure. But where the 6 is, it would help. So Christina right now focused on the 4 to 5. I'm pretty sure, and I'm sure many of our viewers will agree, the majority of Christina's potting is centre pocket. She's just fallen a bit straight on the 5 now, which is going to make it more difficult to track back for the 6. So jacking up, expect some action on the cue ball. Wow, great power. Hasn't come back far enough. She's got the extension for her cue, has also called her extension. She's having a good survey of this 7-8. I'm just wondering if she feels she can get distance between the 6, play the 6 back down the middle of the table, and good cue ball, or if she actually fancies getting some reward from colliding into the 7 with a bit of premise. So she has choices, but she also has a shot clock. She called the 8. Could be insurance. Oh, she wasn't far away. Insurance or not, that was full-blooded and actually did contact the 8. I mentioned it wasn't in the jaws of the pocket. As you can see there, she got to the 8, she got it moving, but it came back to its own position. Well, it has left Han in. Well, the 7's messy against the 10. It could provide a big target for cue ball or object ball, but a lot of distance between the two. It's going to take a real good judge of pace. I'm just wondering if she looked maybe at calling the 7 as insurance if she's playing the object ball into it. Well, she had something in her mind there, but I felt she was always going to leave the green 6 on, or at least give Christina a look of it. What she has done is opened the 7 out from the tricky predicament it was in with the 10, so a chance for Christina to maybe put Han in trouble here. That is what, well, it is trouble in the sense of the 10's in the way. Han eyeing up the 1/2 rail escape and maybe looking to pop this 6 in the corner pocket. Oh, wasn't far away. Wasn't far away at all. The shot clock was ticking. That 6 has popped its head back out a little bit. I'm not too sure if it's enough for Christina. I think from the body language it is. As you see from that shot there. Wasn't far away. So nicely traversed with the cue ball round the 7. Reaping rewards from that safety shot she played. And now a great opportunity to take this opening set. As you can see there, that 8 ball will not be providing her much trouble. But getting the right shape on the 9 to come back for the 10 will be the only thing in the back of her mind right now. She's got into it. Where's that cue ball running to? Right back down towards the 10. And that shouldn't be too much of a problem for Christina. Letting the cue ball do the work. And this 10 to take the opening set in, well, it has to be said, formidable fashion, but absolutely top flight play from both players here, and not many, if any, mistakes much between the two. And as within the first rack, Christina Tkach continues on through, and, well, a little hiccup, but has taken the opening set 4 racks to 1. As both of our players are just going to take a small comfort break. I would suggest we all do too and refill our glasses. Please do enjoy the stats during the break. My name's Gethin Davis. I will be back to join you in a few moments. Please don't go anywhere. As we just wait for the return of our players, just a quick look at the stats there. Christina Tkach with a POP of 907. That is formidable. And taking a quick look at Han, good statistics, not really much between them. And while I have your attention, just bring you some updates from the other quarterfinal matches underway. Jasmine Ushan is trailing 2-3 in the opening set against Ceska Centino. So that would be an interesting match over on table 2. Kristina Zlateva, she trails 1-3 against Sophia Mast. So the US will be cheering, hopefully at some point. And the remaining quarterfinal between Chiyu Chao and Tu Chin Wei, well, Chao is 3-1 up in that opening set. So a lot of matches underway. And just to let you know, following on from the quarterfinal stage of this women's event, we will move straight into the quarterfinals of the men's event. And on this table, coming up will be SVB Shane Van Boning taking on Joshua Filler. Well, that's like a final in itself, but let me tell you, they are all looking like that. Table 2, Albin Ushan will be taking on Wojciech Shevchek. On table 3, an interesting lineup with Daniel Maciel versus Fedor Gorst. And the remaining quarterfinal, Yannick Pongas from the Netherlands taking on Mad Max Lechner. So it's going to be all happening today. And following on from those quarterfinals, we will be moving straight into the mixed doubles turbo. 8 teams, 20-second shot clock. And just to give you an idea of some of the teams, T1, Alex Kazakis with Kelly Fisher. Team 2, the Fillers, Joshua and Pia. Team 3, Skylar Woodward, Chao Chi-Yu. Team 4, Shane Van Boning with Savannah Easton. Looking forward to that. Team 5, Dennis Graber with Christina Tkach in play now. And also in play now, Han Yu is with Carlo Biado, Team 6. Jeffrey DeLuna, Maita Rapero, Team 7. And completing the lineup, the entertaining Nayuki Oi is with Wei Tu Chin, Team 8. That will be kicking off at 3 p.m. local time here in Las Vegas at the Westgate Resort Casino. It's exciting stuff. And that will also conclude at 8 p.m. tonight. 20-second shot clock. And there will be players running around everywhere. So entertaining stuff to come, but, well, entertaining performance so far from Christina Tkach, really humbling Han at the moment. Taking the opening set 4 racks to 1 as we watch Angela just put the balls together. Han really made 1, 2 perhaps mistakes, but Christina really in overdrive already. And Christina will take the opening break in our second set. She leads 1-0. And another dry break from her. So opportunities appear to be coming to Han. Not necessarily rack winning opportunities, but certainly opportunities to get her teeth into this second set. She's called the 1. It's a long one. She played that so delicately. Great touch. Now, what is she thinking about that 4-5-9 cluster? Something will have to be done with it if she was wanting to run out here at this opportunity. Yeah, looking at angles off the 3. It looks like she's wanting to draw back towards the center pocket and probably bring the cue ball 3/4 of the way. She was able to use the long rail, but that may have straightened it up a bit. So that will force her into, from the looks of it, lining up the bank shot on the 4. She's done that nicely, may have even left an angle to develop the 9-5. But don't take anything away from this bank shot. It's not easy at all. Oh, she makes it very cleanly in the center. Good round of applause from our eager crowd. And more importantly, that 5 ball has popped out very nicely. So this is developing into a great opportunity for Han Yu here. Well, that 5 ball rattled a little bit, but played very well to get down for the 6. Just having a look where that where the 8 ball is. Yeah, as Han was just indicating there. 10 looked like it may have been hampering position play, but there seems to be enough of a gap. Angela Williams, good player herself. Hailing from the USA, overlooking proceedings here, been doing a great job all week, all of our referees. We really appreciate their effort as Han looking for position on this 9, more importantly, looking to open up this second set in her favor. Played very nicely, and in response to Christina Tkach opening onslaught of a 4-1 result, Han Yu has got off to the best start here in the second set and will look to push on from this. She opens up her account and will retain the break. And I have to say, overall, Han Yu looks to be having better of the breaks, making balls, but sadly on the last occasion making the cue ball, so we'll want to rectify that. Just check if there are any first set results coming through. Yeah, there are indeed. Cheska Centino over on table 2 has taken the opening set against Jasmine Ushan. The others are still in the first set. Some good matches out there. You'll be able to watch them all, or rather at least the 3 stream tables back at will on Pro Billiard TV. Please do like, share and subscribe. Han Yu leading 1 rack to 0, trailing 1 set to 0. Great power again, made a ball. The 1's dressed up lovely. The cue ball did take another clunk off the 2 there, but that didn't affect, and that's left a lovely shot on the 1. There is a tricky 8-9 combination that looks like it's been left for her, but the ball to lead up for that would be the 6. The 7 went down off the break, so consider as she comes over nicely for the blue 2. There is a gap, a window between the 6-10 for the 3. May choose to play for that. Just having a check on where she wants to end up on the 4. Does not want to be leaving too much of an angle and running down towards the 8-9. And I'm not too sure if she can drop this 4 in, or unless she does want to even move the 8. Looks like she's going to try and avoid. Yeah, avoid them completely. He's done that very nicely, swinging it around the angles. And, well, Han Yu doesn't look phased at all by the opening set. This is great stuff. Now, she does have a slight angle on the 6 if she wants to roll around 3 cushions. She would like to leave this 8-9 combination as nicely as possible, so as to not do too much with the cue ball. She picks up the 3rd rail, and not too much of a bounce. That's not bad at all. And looking from this angle, the 8 could start tracking towards the top right corner if she did just want to freeze the cue ball. Big shot for Han here in the 2nd set. Oh, and you can't get that closer, I believe. It rattled, but didn't drop. These tight Predator arc pockets. Unforgiving, and what turned from a great opportunity that she worked hard to get. Now sees Christina looking to get quickly back to 1 apiece in this 2nd set, and that's unfortunate. Christina Tkach, nothing but pocket, and pouncing on that rare mistake from Han Yu there. Wasn't the easiest of combinations, but I did feel that just making sure of the pot, you didn't have to worry too much about where the 8 was going, and as it ended up, it was right over the pocket. So 1-1 in this 2nd set. Christina back to the table, but as I alluded to earlier, not getting the better of the breaks. If she were to start converting her breaks into opportunities, the way that she is playing right now, she doesn't look like she's going to miss much at all. We just take a look there, the ball's pocketed. It was all Christina, set 1. And well, up until the last few shots, it was all Han Yu. Thank you very much, Mr. Salmon, for the stats. As you can see already, 10 a.m. Las Vegas, all the seats are filled. We also have the Q Sports International Expo going on at the same time, and it's free entry to come and watch your favorite players. Might even be able to squeeze an autograph or a photo or two. So if you are in the area, we're just off the strip. Come by, get some of the action. Christina Tkach to break. 1-1 in the second set. She leads by 1-0. And again, she cannot buy a ball off the break at the moment. And that may be the only way Han is going to keep in this match, because in open play, Christina is looking formidable to say the least. As you can see from where Han is looking, that 2 is not passing the 4, so maybe she's looking to position herself into a good safety chance. Made that look easy. It's come over nicely. I'm sure Han is remembering the result of one of her previous safeties, where she locked up Christina, but Christina jumped and made the combination, and furthermore ran out. So she does not need reminding about how tight her safety play needs to be in this quarter-final match. She's worked that out lovely. And also tied up the 4. Christina looking at the 2 rail escape. I didn't hear the call she made, but good just to get contact. Catches it full ball. I'm not sure it's come far enough away from the cushion to consider a cut into the center pocket. Maybe the bank is on. Played for the bank. Wasn't far away, but that cue ball off the 8 has finished right up against the 3. So wouldn't have had a shot even if it was made. So great angle, looking straight down Christina's line of sight. Her potting in this match has been clinical. I'm sure if you put a collage of her pot so far, I can't imagine she's rattled many at all. So clean. She's played down into the gap to have a look at this 4. She can play the 4 into the 7 to guarantee where she'll leave it if she wants to try and maneuver the cue ball around the table. There are quite a few balls there for cover, but avoiding them with the cue ball is going to be interesting. Well, I mentioned playing it into the 7. You can also play it into the 7 to pot the 7.
7 ball, corner pocket.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Christina Tkach calling the 7 in the corner pocket. Oh, it rattles, it drops. Sadly, the 4 has just leaked out towards the 5. See from the replay there, it starts tracking towards the 5, and more importantly, it's just blocked full ball for Christina here. She may be able to see the edge. And she feathered that so lightly off the 4. The cue ball's just slowed up. So no cover to the rescue. Han Yu's turn. Just wondering if she was thinking of sliding off it to bring the cue ball behind the 6. Maybe she's trying to take the 4 ball up that direction. Played it very well. Christina comes down both with playing cue and jump cue.
4 ball, corner pocket.
The call was 4 ball, corner pocket. Difficult jump shot. Makes a great hit. Will the 6 come to the rescue? I think it will. And that's a great result from a good jump shot. It was very difficult to find cover. Okay, may have rode her luck a little bit there. So, Anne's got to come up with a shot here. Ooh.
4 ball, side pocket.
She's called the 4 ball side pocket. 2 rails, looking for maybe a kick and stick as well as a bonus. She caught it off the first rail, which, well, you'd have to say is a mistake, but that was a difficult position that Christina put her in. And another long pot for Christina. She's been making these for fun so far, so another good angle. Made it. The cue ball's tracked a little bit towards the cushion for this 5 ball. Again. Solid putting. This really does eliminate Han's chances of keeping in this second set. So just float up the table. Look to put the 9 in the bottom left corner, I would suggest, and that could have been a great opportunity for Han. It's now starting just to leak away from her. This 10 ball, as you can see there, took a bit of the long rail on the way, but good pocket speed. And it's up on the table, but let's not take anything away. This young lady is potting some marvellous balls and really not giving her opponent much. Maybe a couple of chances from her breaks, but apart from that, once she's in the balls, she's looking formidable. She takes a 2-1 lead in the second set. And as you see that, she's already bringing the balls pocketed back up in the set 2 statistics. Just have a quick look out over the other table. Jasmine Ushan has kicked into a gear and is now 2-0 up in the second set against Ceska Centino. She does trail 1-0. Kristina Zlateva did take the opening set against Sophia Mast. And in the remaining quarterfinal, Che Yu Chao is 1 set up against Chu Chin Wei. All scores and fixtures, ProBilliardSeries.com. And if you're enjoying the stream today, please do like, share and subscribe. We love having you on Pro Billiard TV. You are being blessed with some fantastic top flight play from these two ladies. Christina catch to break, leading 2 racks to 1. Oh, well, the replay will show that it already looked like the 2 ball dropped in slow motion. That will be the first ball pocketed off her break today. Look at that too. It thinks. Ooh. Oh, and just reflecting on the position Christina's been left in, she doesn't have a look at this one, so unable to get reward from pocketing off the break. Now she can call a push shot, and that means she can put the cue ball wherever she wants, but her opponent, Han Yu, will have the opportunity to take on the position she's left in or return it back to Christina. The last time we were in this position, Han gave it back. Well, I think that cue ball has glued itself to the short rail. Quite a straight shot on this one. If Christina makes this, and will kick herself. I think she did go for it. On this occasion, rare occasion, Tkach has missed and, more importantly, left the 1 ball in a good position. As you can see there at the top of the screen, the 9 and the 4 is not looking pretty. That might work rather nicely for her there. Great positional play, especially if she can just get into this 4. She's going to need to play the 4 afterwards, so needs it to get into a nice position and not into trouble. Oh, how do you like that? How do you like that? Contacted the 7 to come into the 9-4. And that 4's dressed up beautifully. '30th anniversary Predator extension there. Being used to great effect. Quite straight on the 5. I don't think that will present her with too many problems. She will have to stretch over the 8, it appears. Calling her extension. Not sure if she can draw back and avoid the 8. It's not nice cueing as it is. she was able to avoid the 8. She took her extension, composed herself, appreciates the importance of every rack now in this match. And what a time to bring the scoreline level. Up against the long rail. Just stun it over. And this will be a great opportunity to bring the scoreline back to level and to keep her in this must-win set. Han Yu from China, not daunted by the prospect of what's in front of her, and takes this 10 ball to bring the second set level in a must-win set for her. She trails 1 set to 0 in this best of 3, and she will get the break. And I think she will feel confident with the way she's been breaking. For our viewers, just wondering what is taking place for the rest of today. Following the women's quarterfinals, we'll move straight into the men's quarterfinals. And on this table, we are going to have an absolute corker for you. Shane Van Boning of the USA taking on Joshua Filler from Germany. And then following on from the quarterfinal men's, we will have the 10-ball mixed doubles turbo. More about that coming up. Han Yu to break. Level at 2-2 in this second set. She does trail 1 set to 0. Again, not short of power at all. 8 ball flying into the top left corner. 1 ball being hampered by the 4. She will stay at the table. Yeah, the 8 taking a useful collision off the 1 ball. A lot of the balls come up her end of the table there, just indicating the power that Han Yu has in her break. And what's she thinking about here with the 1? Containing safety, didn't avoid the blue 2, and that little kick may have left the cue ball in a position to see this 1. Yeah, looks like there's a gap between the 6 and the 4. Not too sure how much of the 1 Christina can see, but that will certainly help her here. Taking her time. Clearly not an obvious shot on for her. Maybe needs to improvise a bit. Oh, and improvise she did with a double kiss. Nearly worked out in her favor. but I don't think the 6 balls come to the rescue. However, from this wonderful overhead view, and more importantly this view, that 1 looks blocked by the 3. So safety was order of the day. Was looking to lock up Christina tight to the 3 ball there. Hasn't. There's a finger width, couple of fingers width in between, so that opens up a few more angles for Tkach.
1 ball, side pocket.
She's called the 1 in the side for insurance. Made a good contact. The 1 ball has collided with the 10 and gone into the bottom right corner pocket. Not the pocket she called. So, Hanyu could have come back to the table, but with the position that's left, she's invited Christina back to take on this jump shot on the 2. We've seen her successful with jump shots in this match. And well, that is one for the highlight reel. A fantastic jump shot. Held the cue ball, lovely for the 3. As you see in the replay, beautiful shot. Christina straight back to her chair to get a playing stick, as if she already knew as the cue ball left the cue that it was going. Now needs to do something from the 4 to the 5. What is she thinking? There is a window through the 6 and the 9 that she could find. If she could catch the cushion first before contacting the 7, it may push the 5 down towards the corner pocket, but this is a difficult shot she's taking on. She's found a gap. Oh, she's found a chunk of the 7, and well, not for the first time today. Has made a great shot and ended up on position as well. Top class pool, really. Now, 4 remaining balls, somewhat in the open. Floating down for this 7 ball. The focus on her face. She would love to take the hill first in this second set, especially after the start that Hanyu got. Just throws the cue ball, left herself relatively straight. 10. Big inhale. And Christina to catch. Getting to the hill first in this second set. The second set, which if she wins, will take the match. And, well, these are the sort of performances that win you finals on the world stage. We're only in the quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen. This is brilliant viewing, and our crowd here at the Westgate Resort and Casino are being treated to some wonderful stuff. And can't take anything away from Han, not really made too many mistakes at all, and has been potting and clearing very nicely, but just not been getting the chances. Angela Williams having a close inspection of this rack, and will invite Christina to the table, who is breaking for the match. She leads 3 racks to 2 in the second set, 1 set to 0. Christina to break. Wow. Again, not making a ball. You have to fear that if she was making balls off the break, Han would never have got out of her chair the way she's playing. So quite incredible, the scoreline, if you consider the only break she's been fortunate with, she didn't have a shot on the 1. So another dry break. Han Yu to the table with a long look on this 1 ball. The 7 may make this pocket a little bit bigger for her. And at this stage of the match, that's a sore miss for Han. Difficult pot. Collided with the 7. 7's just kicked over to the pocket a bit more, which makes this combination on and a bit easier for Christina. Needs to get that cue ball around, which has done. There's always a chance that that 10 was going to come to spoil the party. And from the way she dressed the cue there, that 2 should pass the 9. Yet again, Christina with her eyes firmly fixed on running racks. Crowd glued. Great to see. She played it delicately, wanted to use the 5 as a blocker, but wanted to hit it fuller than that. That will bring her back to the table with a jump stick, I fear. So, a rare unforced error. Can she redeem herself with the jump stick? Great view of that jump shot. She played it extremely well, didn't make the pot, but has been rewarded with putting Han in a safety position, and Han getting nothing her way at the moment. As you saw, wasn't far away. A little sigh from Christina, but nothing to be too alarmed about. That was a difficult shot. I think she's probably more disappointed that she caught the 5 that thick, but very difficult to judge. She needed to make sure of that real tight pot into the center pocket around the 9. Han is now looking, I think she may have called the 9 for insurance. She's looking to come up the back behind this red 3 ball. Put a bit of right-hand side on it to get the cue ball over, and that has turned out rather nicely. It's not locked against the 4. I think it's close enough to not be able to jump. There's a good 1 cushion escape, and where the 6 ball is, there's a good chance of a safe coming from it, but again, making contact on the 3 first and foremost, and the 9 again called for insurance. Full in the face. Where's the 3-ball going? Has it got enough pace to come down onto the short rail? Oh, it has. And again, just a roll of the ball preventing Han from being able to pounce in the way that she certainly can. Yeah, Christina watching that red 3-ball like a hawk. Angela over to check if it's against the cushion. These can be tricky. Foul called by Angela. Missed the ball completely. God, that looked tight. That gives ball in hand to Christina at a very critical point in the second set. You looking on there, she just wanted to feather that 3-ball in attempting it, missed it completely, and this will give Christina the opportunity to avoid this match going to a third set. This 8-ball to the 10. I saw a bit of an exhale from Christina there. She clearly feels that this is hers for the taking. This 10-ball for what will look like a comfortable 2-set win. And a great round of applause for Christina Tkach. Good shake of the hands from Han Yu. Not many mistakes from her opponent, but let me not take anything away from Christina Tkach. That was a top world-class performance from her. Performances like that win finals. Very happy, delighted face. I'm sure she will look to take this on with confidence into tomorrow's semi-finals. And for our viewers still wanting and urging more action on their screens, over on table 2 we have Jasmine Ushan taking on Ceska Centino. I'll let you go over there and join my colleagues Eric Horlison and George Teachea for that one. And on table 3 we have Cheyu Chow, and she's taking on Chu Chin Wei, and there's still a good chunk of match left in both them games. The other quarterfinal underway is Christina Zlateva against Sofia Mast. If you want to keep updated on them scores, please do go visit probilliardseries.com and you will find links to all of the scores for all of these events. Coming up next, well, we have the men's quarterfinals kicking off, and that will be in an hour, I believe. And on table 1, you are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. Shane Van Boning taking on Joshua Filler, both these players in formidable form. And if you want to, please like, share and subscribe to the Pro Billiard TV channel. Would really much appreciate that. And again, a big thank you all to joining us for this morning match. My name's Gethin Davis, and we'll welcome you back in the hour for the start of the men's quarterfinals. Thanks ever so much.
C'est sûr, s'il y a un troisième set, c'est sûr. C'est vrai? Pas sûr.
Oh, yeah, yeah, right. So, you went out yet, or done anything here since you've been here?
No, so it's 22. Things not working out the way I hoped. And then 23 came out here
Right.
Not going to wait for them.
right, pool fans, we are getting close to the men's quarterfinal. Just 8 of the very best left, and we're just about 10 minutes away from opening break. So find yourself a seat. 4 big matches on the way. And want to mention something really cool you might not have checked out. And while we got a few minutes, you can check it out on your phone. It's called, just go to the website, probilliardseries.com/live stats. We have our stat guy, Mike, and it is pretty amazing keeping stats of the entire event with the players. You'll really enjoy it. But again, it's probilliardseries.com/live stats. Check it out right there. About 10 minutes away from opening break here in the men's open quarterfinal. And once again, if you missed the announcement earlier, after our men's open quarterfinal this afternoon and this evening, it's going to be 8 elite mixed doubles teams, all competing for a $50,000 purse, single elimination for the 8 teams with a 20-second shot clock. We call it the Mixed Doubles Turbo. It's going to be a lot of fun, and that is going to kick off after our men's open quarterfinal this afternoon. Once again, I'm told we're just minutes away from opening break here in the men's open quarterfinals. Don't see many seats available, and that's a good thing. You guys have been an awesome crowd so far. We've seen some amazing pool, and this is actually my favorite part of the tournament. Really heating up now, down to just the final 8 on the men's side. The winners of these matches will move on to the final 4 and a chance at the championship.
Welcome to the Las Vegas Opens 2026. What a shot, man.
Perfect.
I think all the players are in place. You guys
What just happened? Look at that cue ball.
I don't think I've seen that before, too.
Friend of the Pro Billiards Series, help me out and make some notes. You good with that? All right, thank you guys.
No way.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back into the Westgate Resort and Casino here in Las Vegas. It is the kickoff to the 2026 Predator Pro Billiard Series. I told you that things were really going to be heating up today, and they certainly are. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the Men's Open quarterfinals. We started with 128 of the very best in the world. We are down to the final 8. And we are going to be down to just the final 4 after these matches. Let's introduce you right now to the quarterfinalists. First up on the table, directly behind me, on table 9 from the Netherlands. Please make some noise for Yannick Pongers. And his opponent from Austria, Mr. Max Lechner. Moving over to TV table number 3, coming up in just a few moments, we'll have Daniel Messiol and Fedor Gorst. Now on to arena, to my right, arena number 2 from Austria, Mr. Albin Ocean. And his opponent from Poland, make some noise for Wojciech Sewacek. And back here in TV arena number 1, ladies and gentlemen, from the United States, make some noise for the South Dakota kid, Shane Van Boning. And his opponent needs little introduction from Germany, the killer, Joshua Filler. Gentlemen, time to lag for the break. It's a race to 4, best of 3 sets. Sending it to the Predator press box. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, welcome back everybody to lovely Las Vegas. What a matchup do we have coming up here in the quarterfinal. As our MC just mentioned, 128 players started. We've come down to the last 8. This might be the matchup everybody's been waiting for. On the left, SVB, Shane Van Boning. He'll be trying to show who is the king against the killer Filler, Joshua Filler. In the commentary booth, my good friend Gethin Davis and myself, Tim de Ruiter. Welcome, Gethin. What do you think about this matchup?
Well, the biggest cheer of the day so far going to Shane Van Boning, but let me tell you, we've had the pleasure of watching Joshua as well come to this quarterfinal matchup, and these guys are firing on all cylinders. I fully expect this to be fireworks. The crowd standing room only, maybe only hovering room only now. We're ready to go. This is going to be a cracker. This is a race to 4, best of 3 set format. 10 ball, winner breaks. And looking over proceedings and racking the balls at the moment, Pentti Sepanen. And he will be keeping an eye on affairs as Shane Van Boning wins the lag and will get us off to this opening set. Hold on tight, everyone.
Yeah, breaking from the side, but just a little bit inwards. And a lot of spin on the cue ball. And look at this for a trashy layout right there. Hit it head on, but a little bit of a mishit actually, if you look at how much spin was on the break.
A lot of whip on the cue ball, and yeah, what a mess we've got down in the bottom left quadrant of the table. Might not allow Joshua to open his arm up straight away.
Yeah, strategy will definitely be to pocket the 1 and then now nudge the 2. Could he still get it under the 7-6 or above the 7-6 in this scenario, in this view? The cue ball maybe on the right side of the 3 ball, just soft. Don't think he can bank it towards the 9 and follow the cue ball up to the 6, can he?
Look to bring the 3 into play. From the overhead, there may be a gap to the left-hand side of the blue 2, but the 7 ball is lurking.
Yeah, and this blue 2, I think he might be able to bank this straight over to the opposite long rail. And the cue ball runs into the 7, so if he can play just a little bit of left spin, the cue ball hits the rail and possibly will crawl just that little bit closer to the 6. Just gotta beat the double kiss.
Oh, he does.
Played a bit more there though. I was expecting a quite soft shot, but really forced the cue ball over a bit more. So this rack shaping up just a bit more now.
Yeah, the 7's dressed up over the 4 down there. I'm not too sure on the pocket for the 3 as of yet. Joshua taking a great shot on the blue 2 to get his account underway.
Yeah, the purple air rush has done it again. Didn't land absolutely perfect though on the 3 ball, but I mean, how often do you get the speed exactly right while jumping the ball? I mean, it's already quite a challenge to make the ball, and he's still on the 3 ball though.
He is. I'm just wondering what he's thinking about that 4. I'm just wondering if it's even worth taking on. But as we know with Mr. Filler, he does like to play attacking pool. And he's swinging it round the angles. Well, that's what he saw, Tim.
Bit of a tricky one though on this 4 ball. I would not be surprised if he plays safety behind the 5. Like, he's frozen to the rail. Needs to hold the cue ball quite a bit to be on the 5.
We know what these center pockets are like on these Predator Arc tables, Tim. Don't want to take any liberties with them. And he's played that at a great speed. This is wonderful opening stuff.
Yeah, I have to say, he made us look stupid there. Look at this. Just jacked up the cue. No side spin at all. Just perfect cueing. And Joshua looks like he's ready to go. I mean, we know he thrives on playing the absolute very best.
I was in the booth with our good friend Mark White yesterday for Filler's matchup against Carlo Biardo, and Carlo was in form as well, and he just came out like it was an exhibition game. He really does not seem to be jaded by any nerves. And that is just full-on intimidation to any opponent.
Well, I do like how dominant he is nowadays, but it's just so bad at the point where, oh, that is a costly one, because that also shows S3B that Filler has not settled down enough yet. How often do you see Filler miss almost straight in 9 ball like that?
And the line's hung around in the jaws for SVB. And he's looked to avoid bringing any rail into play, screwing it cleanly back for the 10. And this will be a steal in this opening set. Opening rack, Shane Van Boning surprisingly taking it from an unforced error. Bad miss from Filler. Can't imagine we're going to see much of those from our players. But that will bring Shane back to the table for a second break. On the other tables right now, we have on TV table 2, Albin Ushan's taking on Wojciech Szewczak. And on the third stream table, Daniel Maciel is playing Fedor Gorst. And fellow Dutchman Tim de Ruyter with Yannick Pongers taking on Mad Max Lechner. So, big field of players, or rather, big players in the remaining field. And if we get some updates of scores as the matches progress, I'm sure we'll bring them to you. Shane Van Boning to break, taking in the opening rack, needs 1-0.
Well, this is more like it. Definitely Shane's typical break. This time no spin on the cue ball. Ball's flying all over. As you can see, made the 5, made the 10 ball, made the 9. Of course, the 10 ball does get respotted, but just the 7 ball spoiling the fun. Does he? Can he hit the 1 ball? Can he get to it?
Didn't appear so from the overhead. Looks like he can come underneath it, 1 rail escape off the short rail, but what a break. Making balls, just not falling on the 1. I think he called the push, Tim.
Yeah, must be pushing to the overcut on the 1 ball, bring the 1 ball to the top short rail, cue ball 2 rails under the 10 ball.
Will Joshua give it back? He's having a close inspection of the angle that he's left. He's called Shane back to the table. Called this 6 ball in the corner pocket, but he's missed it completely. The cue ball threatened to go in there. However, it rattled and hummed and hung up next to the 8 ball. He did call the 6 as a bit of insurance. Can't see much more than a containing safety here, Tim. 1 ball is just nestled with a gap between it and the short rail.
Oh, he's played a real good shot there, played a lot of left spin. If that 1 ball did not bump the 10, it would have been even better. But still, yet he does have the cover behind the 3 ball. And the jump cue now coming out for SVB. Will be jumping this. Will he bank the 1 ball out, 2 rails, and the cue ball under the 10? Or will he play something aggressive, like the combination on the 8, or maybe a bank on the 1 ball?
Well, he's called an extension, but I don't think he's called a pocket yet, Tim. 8 ball corner pocket is the call.
And I gotta say, that was a great effort actually to bring the cue ball so close to the 2. If you look at it, not only was he sending 1 ball in a great line, also the cue ball was intended to hook behind the 2. It's just that both balls a bit too far, which happens quite often jumping the ball. It's quite a firm shot in general. Not easy to play a soft jump. Now the opportunity for filler. Leaves himself a bit longer on the 2, but he does have the natural angle to go 2 rails towards the 3 ball.
Yeah, it was game of margins. That cue ball could have hugged behind the 2 and left Joshua in a pickle. However, he doesn't need to see much more than this to take advantage. And as you can see, the positioning of the balls, not much needed doing from the 6 to the 8, so good opportunity to extend his early lead. Just didn't run on as far. Stretching over the 8, good view of that. I'm sure Penty's keeping a close eye on it.
Well, he
Makes
did
the cut.
beat the scratch there. Great. I mean, you gotta be honest. Who would have expected him to miss that 9? But on the other side, things are looking pretty good for Joshua Filler so far. I mean, the run out, everything else but that 9 ball was great. Now this run out, very clinical. As he ties the score at 1 each. Joshua Filler.
And for our viewers that are continuing from our first match this morning in the women's quarterfinals, we now have the lineup confirmed for the semi-finals. Cheska Centino will be taking on Kristina Zlateva, and Kristina Tkach is taking on Chuchin Wei. That will start tomorrow morning here in Las Vegas. There is a chance, Tim, we will have an all-Kristina final. I don't think we've had one of them before.
Well, the only thing I can say is it's not because of Kristina Tkach. She definitely participated in a couple finals in the last recent years. And while Zlateva definitely has the abilities to get that far, she just never really got to that point. So indeed, it would be a unique situation to have both Kristinas in the final.
Will make it interesting for us in the commentating booth as well, as a little nod from Joshua as no balls drop.
Yeah, I gotta say, if you look overall on the break, he's had a pretty square hit, decent power, the ball spread well, but I mean, that's the thing with the hand rack, obviously. It's the fact that sometimes balls will fly all over, and it's more, well, you gotta make a decent hit, but you still need a bit of luck on the break, and at times it will run for you 3-4 breaks in a row, and it feels like you cannot have a dry break at all, and yet at some point it just turns 180 degrees on you, and you're gonna have a couple dry ones. It's a tough mental thing to play with.
As we've seen though, Tim, it has provided for some great exchanges of safety play. We've seen some incredible escapes over the last 5 days. Shane's had a really good look at that 3-5-6 cluster there. He must have something in the back of his mind. In off the 6, perhaps?
Yeah, I do think he can play the 3 over the 6. He needs to stun the cue ball anyways to get to the 4. Just gotta make sure that 6 doesn't tie up with the 4 ball. Or doesn't move the 4. Oh, he might, I mean, it's close. He might not be on the 4 ball. Now the jump, if he has to jump it, it should be alright. It's kind of a must make at these players' skill level, but I mean, anything can happen. We both have seen that in the last couple days.
Oh, great shot. Yeah, if he hadn't have avoided contact there, he would have been in without needing to jump, but he's made it really well, and that cue ball has just threaded through the gap around the 7. And that must pot now need to develop into a must run out, I feel, with the balls situated as they are, Tim.
Well, the only thing that's tricky, and yeah, well, I'm a bit late to say, is that 7 ball, it doesn't go by the 9. And he's now landed on the rail with maybe a bit too much angle to go to the short side of the 7. So is he playing for a bank? Is he playing to run into it? Maybe kiss the 10? Yeah, cue ball a bit pacey. Are we gonna see a big cut up to the top right? The pocket will take a lot though on the new slick Arcadia Elite cloth. But yet it's always dangerous, and well, he's opting to play the bank. Oh, and that one was deep. That was super deep into the side, but yet missed it by a hair. Look at that 7 ball.
Wow. That was deep indeed, Tim. And look how it's dressed up though for Joshua.
Well, we all know that Shane, he likes to play the offensive style a bit more. I mean, I'm definitely by any means not saying he's not great at the tactical or the strategy side of the game. I'm more saying he usually excels in the offensive game, especially these kind of banks or the big cuts. Like, he usually shows up with them, and that's also what makes him a great front runner. When he gets going, he starts to make everything offensively, and he could run away with this match. But yet Joshua is the same way in this match. I mean, I think it's really tough to make a prediction.
I'm just wondering if that was a bad call by Shane. The way he played it, and even if it did just roll a little bit longer, I felt he was going to take that every day with the cut up into the top corner pocket. The center pockets on these Predator Arc tables are not to be messed with, and they are not forgiving, so interesting choice, and he wasn't far away, but as happened the other way round in the previous rack, a steal for Joshua, and he'll take it, and was now breaking, leading 2 racks to 1 in this opening set. Best of 3 sets.
Yeah, I think most of the players, they are so used to to play the game on a certain way that most of the tables would take it. Now, if we would make a table that one corner actually plays looser than the side pockets, they are super tight, then indeed you should maybe change to where you might not take your risks on the side and a bit more into the corner. But yet, I mean, it's easier said than done. They're under the shot clock too. So many factors to think about. Oh dear. Oh, that is a painful one. Giving Filler ball in hand on this. If Filler solves the 8 and the 10, we could see Feller go on the hill first in the opening set.
He just wanted a thinner contact than that. He picked his spot where he wanted to flow the cue ball through, just caught it a bit thick. And into the middle pocket it went. Feller had a good look at that 8 ball down there. I'm just wondering if he can play a similar shot to what he played earlier in the match and Karam off of it with the cue ball to pot the 10, but well, we've got to get there first.
Well, I'm still doubting that 8-10 though. It's a tricky one. Do you believe? I think the carom on the 10 is all right, but it's either that or you have to open it up with the 7, right?
Well, unless he can do it off the 4 here, but there's nothing guaranteed to get on the 5. The only reason I say that is because electing to leave it till the 8 to play that shot, if he were to not make it, there's a good chance that SVB will be out of his chair to steal another one.
Well,
that's not work out.
Indeed. If you look at it, he has called the side though, the bank. It's made things more complicated, yet he's doing what he usually does. You know, his shot making is, they say, his shot making is off this world, off this planet. Bit of a extraterrestrial, but can he still get this rack done with his exceptional shot making? That's the question.
Oh, well, he's left himself an angle on this 7. It's not the easiest of pots, but that cue ball should come and do some damage on that 10-8 cluster. Takes a second bump of the 10 to kick it out the way, leaves an open look at this 8, but Joshua's shot-making abilities really paying dividends at the moment.
Oh, and then again, it almost looks like this was similar to the 90s miss. So obviously a lot more cut on this 8, but one down the rail shouldn't be the biggest problem for Filler, but yet that is going to make a difference. This is to tie the score at 2 instead of being on the hill first.
Well, I think if Josh had played that a little bit slower, that would have dropped, but at the pace he played it, it decided to hang out, and Shane Van Boning, for the second time in this match, has taken a rack that maybe shouldn't have been his. But we have the score back to 2 apiece, and well, Joshua clearly won't be too disjointed in the sense of he's playing well, but he doesn't want to be giving SVB chances like that, because Shane is more than capable of taking control of this match himself from the break. So, keeping it nice and close, Tim, making it difficult to call. But this is what we like. This is why the crowds are here.
Well, these two are, of course, two of the absolute best around. And it's just fascinating how Filler has missed that 9 and then now the 8. That means technically he could have won the set already, so just wondering, even at their level, does that maybe, well, I'm not gonna say hurt his confidence, but more like, does that play in his mind? Does that do something to him, you know? Does it make him better possibly in the long run? Who knows? Like, it's not something that happens often, but everybody's got their opponents where these kind of things happen.
Yeah, they have. Shane's making balls off the break now, Tim. But nothing really of value on the one. And that would be even more suggested by Shane's demeanor there. Looking a bit indecisive, shaking his head one side to the other. So he's called it in the corner. I think he's playing that with an element of safety involved as well.
Well, nice little stat in the bottom. Shane has only made 15 balls to Joshua's 27, yet we are tied at 2.
Extension. One ball, front pocket.
Reaching over the 6 as well. And he's put that cue ball into a very useful position. Is there a... No, I was going to say, is there a gap between the 2 and the 6?
No, he's looking to kick 2 rails. Well, we were both definitely waiting to see if he was going to align for it, because it's probably very close. Oh, he's missed 1 ball now. And now yet, I mean, we both know how well Shane breaks the balls playing 10 ball. So at some point he's gonna make a break a run or 2, or possibly the whole set, who knows. So this rack can put him on the hill, and then we'll see what happens on his break. Like, the opportunities will be there. So Filler losing the plot a bit in the opening set.
Shane's had a good look at the 3-5 cluster there. I'm just wondering the way it's dressed up, if cannon isn't immediately obvious. It looks like he's going to play this in such a way that he will just dislodge them a smidge.
Well, I do. Yeah, I do like the choice he's made. The only thing though is the 3 ball, excuse me. The 3 ball landed a bit funny, to where there's not a big area to land on the 3 ball. Oh, I'm not sure if that grabbed enough.
Shane was willing for that cue ball just to pick up a little bit more pace. It hasn't. There does seem to be a cushion first shot. He may still make this, Tim.
Yeah, just the base. Cue ball might go behind the 10. Oh, I like what he's done there.
Oh,
But it would be brutal if he's behind the 7. He did play real first with just a tad of stun. Like, he stunned the cue ball to where he altered the line. Now, did he land behind the 7? I'm guessing no, but he's off angle. He needs to run the cue ball around to get on the 5.
oh.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just wow.
He had to put so much topspin on that ball. Was threatening the in off, and just before it got there, whoop! It hooks up and comes careering back down the 2 rails and to the 5 ball. Fantastic shot, great replay.
Well, the replay, actually, I looked at Filler because I was very curious to see what he thought of that shot, because it was a little bit unusual to see this kind of line of the cue ball. And the second he hit that short rail and it took that line, just Filler's mouth went, wow. Like, you could see it, and then he tapped his leg. So I'm saying there is something special happening in the arena too. There is definitely mutual respect, which, I mean, most of us have seen them two play the Mosconica, for example, where they were, well, not bashing each other, but quite harsh on each other.
Yeah, that was all in the spirit of the event. Both these players very well loved in the pool community, and I'm sure have played many, many events together. But right now, they are enemies.
Well, this 10 now to get this set on the hill, the tap on the leg from Filler. I'm very sure he's disappointed with not being on the hill first. But what can you do? I mean, gave Shane the opportunity, and Shane took it with both hands. And it's going to come down to the break for him.
Yeah, it was just a failed escape from a safety that Shane had put Joshua in. He missed the 1 ball, contacted the 6, which actually ended up sinking in the top right corner. And ball in hand was all Shane needed from that position. Leads 3-2. And if you were just to look at the stats, it would be surprising. Oh, on cue, thank you very much. But as you look there, the break stats, Shane clearly getting the better of the deal. And if he is making balls off the break, he'll be really looking to close out this opening set at this visit.
Well, little break stat in the bottom, 67% break success for SVB and 0 for Filler. A lot of movement. That 2 ball goes down. What does the 7 do? I think he's on the 1. This might be it for the first set. Nice impact as always. 2 balls in. 1 ball does go. 1 good shape on the 3 ball. And it opens up the whole rack.
Mentioning about the break stats, in our last match on this table, Christina Tkach had only 1 ball off the break, and in that break she couldn't see or get a good view of the 1, and even through that played formidably to take that match against Han Yu. And as much as I do like the stats, the wonderful thing about this game, Tim, is that they won't tell the whole story at all.
Is there anything that could go wrong here, Gav? I mean, if he gets to the center of the table, you're never going to get a big angle on the 6. The 8 connects to travel from the 7 to the 9. I mean, everything is all right, just the pressure. And now you could say they're the best players on the planet. They don't feel pressure. Everybody does feel pressure. They just handle it better.
Yeah. How good you look and play under pressure, a big part of it. We're all human. And so I believe we all are. Shane, as long as he doesn't do anything funny with his position play here, you'd have to say his favourite to take this opening set. And to all intensive purposes, a little bit against the run of play. That's what makes him such a tough opponent. A little bit straight, probably draw back. And yeah, Joshua sat in his chair there, probably realizing now he's going to have to dig deep and do it from 1 set down. Shane Van Boning, on the other hand, will be hoping that he can take this in just 2 sets. This 10-ball, Tim.
Yeah, down it goes. And it's SVB that takes the opening set for the 2. Kind of stole the set from Joshua Filler after missing 2 balls. the opening set, and it looks like both players feel like they could continue for a bit more. I mean, this match hasn't been going on for such a long while. So no breaks, no restroom breaks. We will continue with the second set right now. Now, if we take a little look at the stats, Filler actually a bit stronger on the player overall performance, but on the key moments, he has missed those 2 balls. You can see missed shots, 2 against 1, Filler against SVB, and yeah, also on the side, if you look at the break success, that definitely did not help Filler either. Safety efficiency, stronger for Filler though, so he is going to get the opportunities, Filler, if he keeps his safety efficiency high, but then yet will not be allowed to miss that many balls as he did in the opening set, Gath.
No, not at all. And that's probably the only difference, really, between the two. Be interesting to see if Josh changes anything with his break. He'll be acutely aware that he's not been getting any success from it. The unusual green glove on. Don't see many players with a green one on, Tim. So, Pentti Sepanen racking them up to get our second set underway. Joshua Filler to break. He trails by 1 set. Shane Van Boening taking the opening set. This second set a must win for the German.
Oh, that 7 ball needs to stop for Filler. It did. It's got maybe a little bit of a roll to not leave this 1 ball straight in a wide open rack. Just look at this. The 4 ball is hanging. The 1 ball hung into the side. If only that 1 ball had dropped, he would have been on the 2. And that's a lot of ifs. But it also kind of hurts to see that you cannot catch a break at this point.
Yeah, the 1 ball needed to drop there for Joshua. Had a good shape on the 2. But yeah, as you pointed out, that 7 ball slowed up lovely. And it's just provided Shane with a bit of a problem. Is he looking to see if he can jump over this?
Well, the good news is, if he, I kind of like the jump, because you will have to land on the 2 ball. There's no space for the cue ball to land before the cue ball and to stop hopping. So you land on the 1, and because you land on the 1 ball, it's easier to draw it back because there's 2 masts that, you know, it separates each other. So it's a bit easier to do it and actually get on the 2 to the side. But he is just, he was too unsure, so in the end he's still pushing. But you can see how invested he is to make the right choice, because he actually took the jump cue out. He took the effort to get feel, do I like to jump, yes or no, and then yet chose to do something else. So he's definitely not lazy. Oh, that was thin. That is another mistake from Filler.
He wanted to catch that thicker to avoid the 3, and he would have left the 3 and the 7 in the way. Now, this is not just potable. There's a good chance he can come back across the table for the blue 2. Yeah, he's done that well. And without any flamboyance, Shane is really looking like putting himself in the driver's seat here in this second set. Having a look around, Tim. Balls are all spread quite nicely, with pockets waiting.
Yeah, I mean, what do you really have to do on this? A bit of draw from the 7 to the 8. But things are going for the SVB train. You can see he's got that little pep in the step. He has no doubt overall, like he's in a nice space around the table. Quick decision making and actually a bit worrying for Filler at this point. They've played a couple times in the last months, so surely there's a bit more between them than just this set. Filler beat SVB in the Derby City Classic, but then I believe a week or two after they played in an exhibition in New York. Different disciplines though, like all kinds of sets. That's also where I do believe Shane beat Filler quite bad, either in 9 or 10 balls. So it's really a coin flip between the two of them, and it's SVB that takes the opening rack in the second set, playing very well.
Yeah, deserved round of applause. And as you quite eloquently put, Tim, the door starting to close a little bit on Joshua. He'll be very aware that he cannot be making any more mistakes, because well, Shane will just punish them. He's got to take this second set if he wants to have a chance of progressing through to the semi-finals, which will kick off tomorrow. We will also have the finals tomorrow of both men's and women's events. And then following on from that, we'll have the opening ceremony for our WPA Teams World Championships. That will start the next day on Tuesday, along with the Pro Billiard Series Las Vegas Junior Open, where you'll get to see all the young guns on the TV tables. And there is some talent out there, let me tell you. Oh, that cue ball took a big jump off the break there, Tim, and landed on the floor.
Yeah, not something you get to see very often from Shane. As I mentioned, arguably the best stem ball breaker on the planet, usually controls his rock very well. The cue ball flying off the table does give Filler the opportunity to get his momentum, to get his possibly 3-4 games of a bit of run of the balls, a bit of cueing, a bit of feel around the table. I gotta say, he's played a poor shot here. He's gotten too short on this 4-ball.
Yeah, and you could tell from the way he put that chalk down, he knows it.
Yeah, and that's where he's decided to play it safe. The cue ball needs to go. The cue ball has come up short, and he's had quite a big target to at least bring the cue ball to the top side of the 5. But he was also trying to leave the 4 under the 7, so that balance was not right. And I have a feeling he's going for the slice. He's going to cut this in.
The cue ball's going to be coming round the table. If he avoids the 6, might even end up where it is now. He's made it clean as a whistle, coming around the 6 off the short rail and has collided with the 8. But it's not gone safe, and he's got to look at the 5. Not too sure what options he's got though. Great cut.
Oh, watch that cue ball. Watch that cue ball. Oh.
Well, an unforced error, Tim. He was just glancing off the 5 ball. Needed it to stop at any point after the 10 ball. But look at that. It was as if it was happening in slow motion. And we've seen position mistake from Joshua, safety mistake from Shane in this second rack already. So both players understanding the importance of this quarterfinal. Now, position on the 8.
Yeah, would have liked to get a bit more angle to stun the cue ball 2 rails to the top side of the 8 in this view. Now, is he going with top spin around the 10, 2 rails still? Oh, the 8 does go to the top left. Looked like the 9 might have been covering a bit too much of the 8, but apparently it does go. Might have to calculate for a bump onto the 9.
Yeah, I don't think a bump would have worried him there either. Played it in such a pace that he was always going to be on this 9 in the center. Joshua Filler doing what he needs to do in this second set, bringing the score back level at 1 apiece, and we'll get the break. Not been getting the rewards he would be liking from the break, so this is another chance for him to maybe just change the momentum on his breaks. Just a quick look around at the other quarterfinals underway. Yannick Pongers, who's taking on Mad Max Lechner, has taken the first set against the Austrian, and Albin Ushan is also 1 set down against Wojciech Szewczak. And starting a little bit later, Daniel Massiol is 1 apiece in the opening set against Fedor Gorst. The ball's pocketed stat at the bottom of the screen. Set 2. Pretty close. Joshua Filler to break. 1-1 in the second set. Must-win set.
Oh, and he's made 1. Does he get something though? I think he's on the cut on the 1-ball gaff, and I mean it's quite a bit of traveling to do from 1 to the 2. But I don't think it's necessarily impossible. Like I really think he might be able to get there. Gotta miss the 7 going back and forth, and has to avoid the 10 on the way back.
This was give us an indication of what he's thinking, because if he's still on the aggressive train, he's going to do what you've suggested, Tim. There is a shot where he could stun the cue ball into the blue 2, look for something safe, but
well, he's played your shot. Now the 1 ball behind the 8. And then hopefully for Filler, he's trying to have the hook already behind the 2 ball. If not, Shane will be able to jump this. He's called the 1 ball in the side, maybe off the 8.
from From this camera angle, doesn't look like he's got much to work with at all. Where he finds the cue ball. But Shane running through all the mathematics in his head. Wasn't far away from it. It looks like it's just leaked underneath the center pocket, or certainly just low enough that he can't make the pot. And while you were watching the replay, Joshua has pushed that cue ball up against the red 3, and now Shane finds himself, I would suggest, in an even trickier position.
Yeah, I think the 6 and the 8 are in between. He's going to kick a little deeper into the rail. And then with a low left, arcing the cue ball back into the 1. Oh, look at this. Well, I can tell you that's not what he was trying to play, but he's definitely taking it. Yeah, that's the view. That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah, fantastic. Didn't put Josh in trouble. And I think, did Josh just call the 3 in the center pocket? Maybe looking just to carom off the 1 ball here.
Oh, he's called a 3 ball on the side, and actually he's played a good shot, just was trying to bring the 1 ball over a ball or 2 more. But yeah, I mean, we both understand that that 3 ball could have easily hung up with more pace. So Joshua trying to get the 1 ball over without actually playing the ball quite firm. This is something else. He's trying to nick the 8, catch the 6 ball quite full, bring the 1 slowly. No, he's playing the gut. He was looking at a save. Well, he was looking at the save, but if you can do this, then you should always do this. Made that look easy, but at that pace, with that spin, not easy at all.
No, and he's backed that up with a second lovely positional shot, drawing the cue ball back off the long rail through the gap of the 5 and 10. And it's now all about how he wants to position on the 6. I'm not too sure if the 6 goes into the 4 ball pocket where he's going now.
Oh, did he? Oh, I think he's put himself quite straight, Gav.
Is there a 6-8 combination natural into the center pocket? Is that his backup strategy?
It's not what he was looking for beforehand. Can he still get the cue ball that bit off the rail? He's missed an 8 ball, just similar to this, and also he has to play quite some pace on it.
Looks like he's screwing back. Oh no. Wow, that was fantastically played. Avoided the 8. Maybe finished a little bit straight.
Yeah, nice stun run through. If he had played just follow, he would have touched the 8.
And Joshua Filler, for the first time in the second set, takes the lead with this 10 ball. And that takes him to 2-1 in this race to 4. Must-win set for him, and a bit of smiles between the players. great camaraderie. And talking of camaraderie, following on after these quarterfinals, coming up the mixed doubles turbo, which is a 8-team event. Some great lineups there, and they're playing under a 20-second shot clock, which will kick off at, I think, 3 p.m. local time, and then will conclude at 8 p.m. for the final with a $40,000 pot up for grabs. So there's going to be some interesting matches coming up, I'm sure, following this.
Well, we have reached the last 4 in the women's Las Vegas Open. These are the quarterfinals in the men's. We still have the mixed doubles turbo 20-second shot clock coming up, and the World Team Championship. So make sure to stay tuned on Pro Billiard TV. Make sure to, well, actually make sure your notifications are on. Don't miss out. Now that break, it seems like nothing really is working out for Filler. But the leave could have been way worse, Gath. No shot on the 1.
Yeah, I think we'll see a push here. Where does he push to is the question. He's coming around the back of the 10. Oh, he's moving the 10. So it will flash the edge of the 1 ball. And Joshua not going to give this back. He's called the one in the corner. Is that the crossbank corner?
Yeah, he's playing that crossbank, but what he really was playing was the one next to the 2 and the cue ball all the way up to the 10. And I tell you, Filler is not going to be happy. This is a bit of a freebie actually for Shane to run the cue ball 2 rails under the 3 and the 8. And he can bank the 1 ball into the 2. So the 1 is always going to be in the safe position, and the cue ball kind of runs always okay, but he's caught it too full on a shot where, well, half ball or thinner, everything would have been fine. It's a bit of a surprise. And another chance for Filler. Can he get himself on the hill in this second set? Because, well, he failed to do so in the opening set.
Yeah, that 1 ball did kick out into a favorable position, and from the way Josh was quickly onto the 2, that 3 ball passes the 8. Or does it? I think it's called the 8. Does call the 8, Tim, and makes a great combination. Now, the 3 balls finished a bit flat. It was a wonderful shot to keep at the table. Dare I say, a little bit more of an angle than he wanted on this. So, yeah, just a few times, Tim, as you suggested, just not going completely Josh's way, coming up short on a couple of safeties, coming up short on a couple of position shots. When you're able to make every shot you're presented with, it certainly does help, but just not as tight as he's used to. Yeah, finish straight on that 5 as well. So stun the cue ball. is a big 6.
Yeah, so solid. That stroke, you know, like these shots, it's so easy to miss one of those, like the 6 ball he just played. Like your stroke has to be so stable to consistently punch that in with that draw. Landed maybe a bit funny though on the 9, a bit more angle.
Potted cleanly. Cue ball trekking down. Lovely for the 10. This is for the hill, Tim. Joshua Filler. First to the hill in the second set. A second set which he must win to have a chance of taking this match and progress through to the semi-finals. Shane sat in his chair for that one. Is leading by 1 set. Would ideally like to get his teeth back into this and take it to a hill. Our referee Pentti Seppänen racking the balls for this 5th rack in the second set. And well, you have to say, Tim, if Joshua's breaks were working, he may find himself in a different position after the first set, but again, he's still grinding through. Let's see how he's not changing his break by the looks of it. He's persisting.
Yeah, keeps pushing with that same break. And he did make a ball. This time just... It's been funny though. Like every time both gentlemen has made a ball, I feel like no real shot has been given to them. And well, 1 ball right in the middle of the table. Do you go for the jump cut?
Looks like it would just be an edge if he did decide to go for it. He only needed the edge of the 4 to go over. Instead, he's pushed into a position where Shane is not going to give this back. The cue ball is up against the short rail, but there are good options here for SVB. And one of them is going at this full-blooded. Decided to go safe, wisely so. Rolling the cue ball in the right direction to jack up against the 8. It's come up a bit short, and that may have just left a gap alongside the blue 2 to get to the 1-1 rail.
Ooh, and it's a cute wall to run a bit more up table. He's left it on. Now, all eyes on the 4 ball. He's going to find the cue ball in between the 2 and the 7. 3 balls next to it, but will he play a cannon into the 4-5? I cannot imagine. Could definitely scratch. Or is he playing to the short side of the 4? This is a bit of a tricky position. Maybe he can go into the short rail and then come out into the 5.
No, he's popped it out towards the 8 ball, hoping to leave an angle. And I think that cue ball's run just a bit too far to leave a natural angle down to that end of the table. Looks rather straight from the overhead, Tim.
Yeah, might be able to just pinch an angle out, but how was the bump? Perfect. played it any better, including the angle he's got on the forget.
Yeah, that was bumperlicious. Cue ball has just sat an inch off the rail, and that's going to allow SVB to maneuver that cue ball out for the 5. And, well, looking out across the table, this looks like a great opportunity for SVP to not let Joshua run away with this second set. Drawing the cue ball back very nicely for the 8. Just floating through for the 10. And Shane not hanging around here. This will be to bring the score back to 3-2 in the second set. If he were to take this second set, he would take the match. So asking a few more questions of Joshua. More importantly, getting the cue ball in this hand for the break in this 6th rack. And well, not much difference between the two, Tim, but you have to say Joshua probably having the majority of the share of mistakes, or rather just a few unforced positional errors on another day. But it is today in the quarterfinals. We knew this was going to be a tightly fought affair, Tim. 3-2 in the second. Big break from Shane. This could get interesting.
Oh, 5 ball, no. The 5 stays open, shape on the 1. 2 ball in the open, just the 4 could pose a threat for filler.
Yeah, if the 5 had dropped, been ideal for Shane. Dry break.
Ooh.
I think he tried to come through the gap there, Tim.
Yeah, a bit surprised. There was actually a bit more punch, a bit more stun on the ball. So he's gonna try and lock up the cue ball into the 4-9. Just gotta make sure to get to a rail. That 2 ball played into the 6.
Didn't want the 6 to drop. You saw the look on his face, Tim.
It's interesting indeed how for a second he thought he was gonna make the 6 ball off the 5. And that would have been horrendous. That could cost him the set.
Well, as it is, the 6 didn't drop. And Shane's in a position where he needs to come up with something to save this set. Trying to straighten this cue ball up. Oh, he has done very effectively.
Needs a bit of a roll.
That is not a roll, Tim, and that is a very good look on the womble. And as you can see, if there was a problem with the 9-4, that has been resolved. The 5-6 combination looks definitely on. Where the 10 is, just might make keeping control of the cue ball that bit more difficult. What he doesn't want to be doing is playing the 5-6 and then bringing the 10 ball in between him and the 5 ball for his next shot. So he's having a good look. Can get much closer for a look at this. It's calling the 6. Like the way he played that. Now, good opportunity to take out this second set and take us to a third set decider.
Yeah, a bit straighter on the 7. Still okay. Punched the ball just a slight bit more over. I actually think that Shane is going to lose this set, not necessarily by making more mistakes than he did in the first set. Just think Feller has played better than the first set.
Yeah, agreed. Although there are still a few discrepancies in his game at the moment, and I'm sure Joshua will be looking to brush them aside for the third set. The main thing is getting into this third set first. That will be job 1 complete for Joshua. And to be sat in Shane's chair, I don't think he's got too much to worry about. His brakes are starting to work. This could just be a flat-out dogfight to the end. Joshua Filler taking the second set, 4 racks to 2. And it looks like, Tim, Joshua and Shane this time are going to go and take a small comfort break. Ladies and gentlemen, Tim and myself will just go and refresh our glasses as well. Players will be back very shortly. Please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the conclusion of this tightly fought contest. Quarterfinal matchup between Shane Van Boning and Joshua Filler. My name is Gethin Davis. Joining me in the box for this deciding set, Tim De Lauter. Welcome back, Tim.
Well, we have mentioned the Battle of the Kings. Well, we have arrived to the very end, the final set. If we tie 3 each, we will get to shootout. I don't honestly think we will get to a shootout because either Shane is going to win this set big time or Filler will win the set big time. That's how I feel about it. I'm not too sure what you think of it, but it's quite something out there.
Completely agree, Tim. It's really going to come down to the breaks. Joshua not getting the reward he usually gets from the break, and arguably Shane neither. Shane going airborne for this one ball. Came behind it, cushion first, and let's kick this one ball down the table. Has the 8 come to the rescue?
Well, just partially, but he's left the perfect edge for Filler to play another save. Yet Filler, I mean, he'll be happy to get the safety, don't get me wrong, but I am very, very positive he's trying to stick the cue ball with the 4 just to take away that jump cue. And I mean, with how strong the jump cues are nowadays, you would say almost anybody can at least hit this one ball, and not if the cue ball is frozen to the 4. Oh, look at that cue ball.
The one ball does drop, but the cue ball drops even lower onto the floor. And, well, that is a mistake forced from the safety of Joshua. And straight away, looking just to open up that 3-5. He's going to have to go for the 3 after this 2. Being ultra precise. Is he trying to hit it so the 3 travels down and he screws the cue ball back towards himself, leaving the 3 into the bottom left pocket, but looks top left from the overhead. And he's changed his mind. Has he played for the bank, or does it pass?
Well, apparently it did go by the 5, and that will open up this rack quite a bit more cut, a bit more left spin needed to get the perfect angle on the 5, and there was a bit of a risk to touch the 10 and still land awkward on the 5 ball, but by just missing it barely, he's got the wanted angle on the 5. This is definitely the angle he's played for. I mean, it's fair to say both players are playing great. It's a pure battle in the tactical aspect. In the offensive way, both are definitely not struggling. We've seen some great runouts. But yeah, to Joshua Filler now, looks like the engine has started to be very hot. Doesn't really look like he's going to miss a ball very soon, Gav.
No, not at all. And it'd be really important for him to take the opening rack in this deciding set. But as we were saying before, not getting their own way with the breaks, so there is still a chance. that not only will Shane return to the table, but he will get to deliver what he was doing in the opening set. But right now, Joshua Filler takes the opening rack in this important deciding third set. And well, we'll see how he gets on with his break here. Just looking around in the other matches, Yannick Pongers is 2-2 in the second set against Matt Klechner. And he's leading 1-0. Looks like there's a result just coming in. Wojciech Szewczak has beaten Albin Ushan 2-0. He must have played out of his skin. Albin was in real form. And over on the later starting match, Daniel Maciol, he's 3-3 with Fedor Gorst in the opening set. Some interesting characters in the crowd. We've seen some great beards as well. That one's a great moustache. Look at that one. Oh, I'd be proud of that.
Well, gotta say, 10,000 people have seen his stash right now. I think I would be quite proud of myself.
Yeah, that was a corker. Let's have another look at the replay on that break. Good power delivered, but yet again, and I tell you what, this hand racking has really made for some exciting developments in these matches. And again, a dry break has left Shane back at the table. And I'm assuming he just wants to edge off this and leave the one somewhere next to the 9 and maybe thread it through the cue ball through the gap of the 310. No cushion, Tim. That is no cushion hit. That's a poor misjudgment from Shane there. A very unusual misjudgment.
Yeah, it's not something you get to see very often with this caliber players, of course. You gotta always take that into consideration. Now, if Filler can touch the 5 to open up the 2 and roll up on the 9. Well, I mean, I was gonna say he has left a bit of room. I'm not gonna say this is easy by any means. He's fully covered. Most of the lines are gone, but closer to the 9 is always preferred.
Oh, look at this. 1, 2, round the back of the 10, 3, and maybe even a 4th rail. Oh, he's not gone for that. I thought that's what he was going for, Tim, but he's looked to just lock up the 4. Will Joshua look to push for the 3 fouls? Or is there any merit in trying to develop this cluster? From the look of it from here, Tim, I would safely say no, go for the 3 fouls. He could leave this in a very ugly position.
Yeah, you could think about where do I leave the 1? How do I stick the cue ball to where I don't leave the usual lines? This was not the plan. He's left. A couple outs though. Still, I mean, he should get a contact, but he's hooked. So he's going to spin into this 1 ball.
He just clocked the shot clock while he was mid-shot. Had a quick look up to check and called the extension. Reset. He is stretching quite awkwardly to get over that 9 ball.
Oh.
Caught the thinnest of edges, Tim, and oh, I thought he might have got away with running behind the 10 there. But that was a good hit. Now, will Shane's little effort with the 4-7 come to the rescue? Where that blue 2 is, I think 4's the least of his worries. Will be safe, but Tim, you were talking about the jump stick. These are the sort of jumps that Shane finds bread and butter.
One ball, flat pocket.
That's what he played for. I think he even called the 7 as a bit of insurance. So that's a great result. Didn't want to go for the 1 because of where the 2 is.
Yeah, made 0 sense to indeed pocket the 1 ball.
Well, that's not going to be good enough, Tim. That 1 ball is not tracking close enough to the short rail. Again, that 2 is going to shape decision making. But Fella would have liked to have got full ball cover on this 1. That's turned out rather nicely. The 1 ball taking a flick off the 3 as well, which promoted it to stick down by the 10. Looking at the 1 rail, calling it into the bottom right corner. Oh, that wasn't far away, Tim.
I mean, just the suspense of this rack. I mean, a lot at stake. I mean, with just a couple racks to go. Oh, this is a nice shot. Kind of a 1 pocket shot there, bringing the 1 over and getting the cover. Even if Filler kicks this, even if he kicks it in, he's in trouble.
You were talking about the anticipation. Wow. A little smirk from Shane there would suggest he's impressed with that. Not a bad cue ball, but that's leaked. Dare we say cuttable? But even if so, that 2 ball is really dictating how this rack is playing out. Wouldn't be surprised if he tries and puts the 1, digs it into the cushion and 3 together, and bring the cue ball back around. Something like that. Didn't want the 1 to travel too far, but it has traveled, but nicely up against the 8.
I do think there is a gap though. Now the bad thing is you still have to figure something out with just that precise hit on the 1. So he's banking 1 ball, 2 rails up table, I believe. That little flick off the 3 ball will work to get the 1 ball to the top short rail, and another safety coming behind the 4-7. Now this, he could play this a bit more aggressive, Gath, banking the 1-2 rails into the 5-2. Just that cue ball has to be perfect, and well, I gotta say, the cue ball is just fine.
He missed the
Look
5
at
and
Shane.
2. He looked to do exactly what you suggested and collide the 1 into the 5-2. Instead collided with the 9, leaving the 2-5 where it sat. And well, Shane has played the foul there.
Yeah, taking the intentional foul just to hopefully earn himself an inning later on. Filler even checking if there's a 2-5 combination in the corner, and it looked like the 4 might go by the 7, and that would be horrendous for Shane.
I think he's going to draw up into the blue 2 and throw the 1 around just like that. And if the 1 hangs around the 4 and 7, that's going to make this tricky. Has he left the 1 railer?
Yes, he has.
Good contact. Gets a round of applause. And the cue ball has tracked down just far enough, I think, to prevent a cut on this one. And again, Shane just snuffing out any inkling of the 3 foul coming into effect. And you would expect now that any escape should develop the blue 2, which will start to just open up a pathway for success in this rack.
Oh, played a lot of right spin on that. He's missed the 1, but look at that 2 ball. Nestled up with the 9. Yet a little bit more clarity coming for this rack. Missed it by a hair. Does that 1-5 combination, does it go by the 9? I'm assuming not, because he's nicking the 1 ball. Is he trying to play this with right spin? No. Has left the 1 rail kick. I mean, the outcome of it couldn't be too interesting for Filler, but at least it's a save.
Oh, he's coming at it softly, Tim. He's coming at it softly. Oh, lovely judge. Penty just having a close look. I think he's called the 1 locked against the rail. Trying to get it behind the 7. He hasn't, but what a beautiful exchange of safety plays in this match. The audience being treated. Normally these guys are just running out, but when they meet, it can collide and provide some real entertaining stuff. Real deft touch.
Well, so scary too. Queuing over the 7. Babying that ball. I mean, so much that could go wrong, but I think he's got the full hook.
And if you didn't think there was much life left in this match, just check out this rack. This rack could go on longer than the opening set. This is a joy to watch. And so Joshua pushing the 3 ball up against the 4. It looks like it's going to promote Shane to move into safety mode rather than attack this 1 ball.
Well, with 2 balls, or 2 clusters, excuse me, with 2 clusters on the table, how can you not consider at 3 fouls? Not the best safety though, was trying to bring the 1 ball closer to the 3 and the 4.
Now. A near miss.
Yeah, not what you would expect him to miss, don't you think?
No. I think he was purposely aiming just to catch it thin, to get distance between them. But in doing so has missed. Oh, has missed the 1. So Shane looking to turn that screw, and you can hear the crowd erupting at that shot.
Yeah, this is quite some trouble for Filler. I might have to go. Can he still play 3 rails? Well, I'm saying 5 rails actually. But like playing the 3 railer and then long into the short rail. Or is he going this with left spin, creating an angle? This is a trap. This is a tough one.
Oh,
This contact! Oh!
My heart was in my mouth when that cue ball picked up the second bounce, and well, Shane persists with the 3 foul attempt and succeeded. And not often you see this, Tim, but it had that hallmark about it. That 2 ball was not wanting to play, and wow, definitely the longest rack we've had in this match. And how important that will prove for Shane, well, that remains to be seen. But what he has done is he's got the score back to 1 apiece in this 3rd and deciding set, and gets the advantage with getting the cue ball in his hand. So we'll step up to break in this 3rd rack. Well, Tim, that one, although it wasn't all about the potting, that was probably as exciting as it gets.
Yeah, one thing that's very interesting is, which I seem to catch at the end in the replay, Shane did still get to the table when Joshua actually hit the 3rd foul. 3 fouls in a row, 3 consecutive fouls, and why did he get to the table? Like, was he gonna try and put Filler on the 4th?
Yeah. Good question.
Interesting. I mean, we're never gonna know, obviously, but it just seemed to be caught. And now, also, again, the cue ball just, I mean, it was kind of hopping on the rail, almost jumped off the table again. This is not the S3B break we all know. And Filler probably back to what he does best.
Yeah, Shane employing a lot of power on the break. If you saw that 9 ball was firing around the table. But dry break, we've seen a few already, and Joshua putting Shane in a spot of bother. He's calling the 1 Thought he tapped the centre, but called the corner, so... Yeah, I think he's looking to two-rail, pop behind the one. Just checking to see if that centre pocket's going to come into his line. Wonderfully judged two-rail escape. Looking for the kick and stick. Have a look at that. Catches the one ball nice and thick. And it looks like, it definitely looks like, that 7 is in the way. So Joshua bringing out the jump stick. Legal hit, and more importantly, got a good safe position, and to add, that 2 ball is really hampering Shane here. Another good 2-rail hit from Shane. He's coming up with the big escapes here. That 1 ball on this occasion may not have run into a safe position. You just get the feeling that Filler is itching to pounce.
Yeah, right in the heart of the pocket. That was key shot for this rack. I feel like if you get somewhat all right on the 6 ball, this is a must run for this young man at the table. The German technically has won everything there is to win in pool. I mean, there's always a new title we can find and chase.
Well, I was thinking when I was doing the pre-match info gathering, if we were to start listing off both of these players' accolades, by the time we'd finished, they'd probably have wrapped up this quarterfinal.
Well, we might not be able to finish.
we'd still be listing them off, but no, in all seriousness, these are 2 top players at the top of the game. I have to say, we do have some more formidable talent in the field as well. And as you rightly mentioned, starting Tuesday, we have the Las Vegas Junior Open, and then you'll get to see the young guns coming through, more fearless destroyers. Bringing it back to this quarterfinal, though, it's 1 apiece in the deciding set, and Joshua, as I said, was itching to pounce. He worked his way into a position to get a chance at the 1 ball. Didn't need asking twice. He's running through these very nicely, like a hot knife through butter, to take the lead in this deciding set. It's cooking along nicely, Tim. We really are at a simmer. Look at the guys in the crowd, guys and girls, having a lot of fun. Got to feel that the home support is favouring Shane. I'm sure the young German is more than used to this. Plays a lot of his pool out here. And if you look at the players, Tim, complete contrast. Shane back, pensive, pondering his thoughts. Josh, edge of his seat, tapping his foot, like a dog waiting for you to throw the ball. Joshua Filler to break, leading 2-1 in this deciding set, race to 4.
Oh, this could be a big moment. Look at this. He's made a ball on the side. He's gotten the shape on the 1. What can go wrong here, Gath?
The commentator's curse for starters. But no, in reality, we did say if either of these players were to get their break working, racks could start becoming rather short, measured by the seconds rather than the minutes. And dare I say, this is probably the best break we've seen of the match so far, and it's taken till halfway through this third set.
Yeah, he did land with an angle running away from the 3-ball a bit. So a bit more effort into this 2-ball to get on the 3. The 5-ball will help the cue ball to go to the 6 in the opposite center. So mainly this is it, get on the 3-ball. Wait for the 3 in the center. I mean, it's close, yet, I mean, we're gonna say this again. This 3-ball is very missable into the side, even for these, well, I'm not even gonna say top players.
I'm just wondering if he'll take it up to the top corner. Cameraman hopes it's the center. It is, and he's made it. Great view. Seen a break and run yet in this match. What a time to do it after sneaking your neck out into the front. 2-1 in the deciding set. This will really light a fire inside the German. Played nicely. I think he's even come far enough to get an angle just to float down for this 10. And yeah, Tim, one good break, and that's allowed Joshua Filler to, in quick fashion, take this 4th rack. He now leads 3-1. More importantly, takes the hill in this deciding set, which guarantees him a shootout at worst. But, well, we both know what he's thinking, Tim. He will be looking to close this out as quickly as possible. Shane, on the other hand, sat in his chair, not able to do too much when you're sat in the chair, I'm afraid. We'll just be looking to get back to the table.
Yeah, if you look at the balls pocketed, quite a big difference now over this whole match, which you would usually say Filler should have maybe won the match or should have a big lead. 95 balls against 54 is a huge difference, but yet the difference is only 2 racks, and if Shane can win the next 2, we'll go to a shootout, and it would mean, if you would count all the racks, that things are completely even.
Yeah, that's a great spot. However, we are back to a dry break. Yeah. Shane with no clear pot on the 1 though.
Yeah, the 8 really came to a rescue for Filler, did it? I mean, well, unless Shane is going to play a 1-8 combination, I just cannot imagine.
Well, that would be optimistic. I'm sure if that's all he felt was on, he'd have a crack at this, but there's plenty of traffic out here. Clever shot. Was hoping that one ball would track behind the 8. It hasn't. It's leaked an edge. But good cue ball.
Yeah, maximum distance on the one ball. Yet it's going to roll up just to split the balls and get the 8 in between. Oh, he's caught this a bit thin. It's okay though, the one ball just sliding by the side pocket, which doesn't really give Shane much. I think Filler was trying to hit it just slightly thicker and get the 3 and the 2 in between, but yet, as you can see, this is quite the brain cracker.
Yeah, no path to the corner because of the 7. No real obvious safety jumping out at me, but there is a lot of balls to hide behind. Cue ball. Don't misbehave, cue ball. It has. Oh, what a time in this match to lose the cue ball. Have a look at that, Tim. Comes across it. I like what he was trying to do. Needed that cue ball to bounce again off the long rail, but it's just released up. And that scratch could prove to be very costly. Concentration on Filler's face. Must be thinking that the winning line is in sight.
Yeah, that means this young man is now 7 balls away from a place in the semi-final. Would be meeting up with Fedor-Gorst if Fedor wins his match. No, yeah, well, Fedor. Oh no, I'm completely wrong, by the way. I'm so sorry. I looked at the opposite side of the schedule. Now he's either meeting Max Lechner or Yannick Pongers, the Dutchman, or the Austrian. On the opposite side, Wojciech Cevcik, former World 10 Ball champion, actually won the World 10 Ball Championship in Vegas. He's beaten Albin Ushan 2-0. Fedor-Gorst leading 1-0 against Daniel Marshall. What a great list of players we have.
Yeah, I have to say, before this event began, I was salivating at the prospect of having the pleasure of commentating these matches. This one is certainly up there. Today, 2 matches on this table 1. Both have been absolutely fantastic. And we do have the mixed doubles turbo to come, so more excitement. He's finished nice on this 8. Tim, this is Josh's to mess up. You can't imagine, by the stretch of the imagination of both these players, that will be happening.
Yeah, so there it is. Joshua Filler is beaten Shane van Boning 2-1 in sets. Advances through to the semifinal. Shane will have to try his luck again very soon in the mixed doubles turbo, which will be starting very soon, and also the World Team Championship. So we will see a lot more from him. Now our next match will start in approximately an hour 15. So make sure to stay tuned at Pro Billiard TV. And I want to thank Gethin Davis to be by my side, Tim de Ruiter, for this match. It was an absolute pleasure. What a fantastic match we've seen between Joshua Filler and Shane van Boning. We'll see you guys soon.
Back to